Well, good morning, everyone. We're about to get started here with the 60-meter dash, the first heat for the women, and they're off, making their way halfway down and winning this one by about one stride, making their way onto the mat. From Fitchburg State is Annie Woolley. Only one from her school running in that heat. The rest is made up of Holy Cross runners and Bridgewater State runners. So like I said, good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Malone, and here from the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center, this is the 4th annual UMass Boston Track Invitational. So we're kicking off the winter indoor track season here today. Second heat is getting ready here. They're off. A little tough to see from my perspective amongst the crowd. And crossing the finish line, that's a close one. It'll be a photo finish between 3 different runners right there. That's the one tough part about the 60-meter dash. It's such a short sprint that you're literally splitting hairs when crossing the finish line, typically, between you and the competition. So far, we're already one event into the day. The 5,000 meter is wrapped up for both the men and the women. Third heat is taken off, and this time on the near side, it was Olivia Dexter who won that heat. Keep in mind, folks, these are the prelims. The finals will be coming up shortly after the 60-meter hurdles prelims. We'll try to get you during the 60-meter hurdle prelims. We'll try to get you these times for all the runners here so we can figure out who's going to be in the finals for the 60-meter dash. There'll be about 12 heats, so we're about a quarter of the way done here with the first event here that we're broadcasting. The 4th heat is set. They're getting ready to go. Gun is fired. They're off, making their way down the track. We got another photo finish. It looked, from my point of view, that Tracy Perry was the one that won that heat. She was in the 3rd lane out of Bridgewater State University. Olivia Dexter did win the 3rd heat. Her official time is 8:10. Runners are getting into their blocks now for the fifth heat. We've got another photo finish at the end between a couple runners here as they crash into the mat at the end. Like I said before, it's certainly tightly contested in all the 60-meter dash events. You know, especially as you rise through the levels, the talent level just gets better and better. All the kids here, no matter what heat they were in, they were certainly some of the stars of their high school track teams. And now find themselves facing off against the stars of other current teams in college. Victoria Raymond was the winner of Heat 5 with an 8:17 time out of Merrimack. Her teammate Chantel Sayeg finished second with an 8:25 mark. Sixth heat is off now. Let's see, that was another close one there at the end. Between a pair of Holy Cross runners. Didn't quite catch which one of them, it seemed, won that heat. We'll be getting those scores shortly, though, as they'll be posted up on the big screen. Now on to heat number 7. Runners are getting into their blocks. Make their way down the track. And it looked to me that Sarah Miller, the freshman out of Plymouth State, won that one on the near side. She was in lane 8. It was very close, but at the end, she smartly leaned to get across the finish line. Something that not too many people would think about unless you've ran track before and you've been taught to do that. Just that little bit can take a split second off of your time. Final scores are in for that heat. Visconti actually won that one with an 8.42 score out of Worcester State. So now Heat 8 is lining up. They're digging into their blocks. Another tightly contested photo finish. If the prelims are this close, you got to imagine that the finals are going to have a lot of tightly contested ones. Those will be coming up in a few events. Following this one, we'll have the men's 60-meter dash prelims, then the women's 60-meter hurdle prelims, and the men's 60-meter hurdle prelims. And then we'll begin the finals for both the men's and the women's. Heat 9 setting up on the far side of the track here from where we are. They're running from our left to our right. Gun fires and they're off. And this one, no question about the winner in that. Usal Chokri, the freshman out of Worcester State, won that heat. She was in the 5th lane. She had about one length ahead of everyone else. A full step, it seemed. Runners at their marks, and they're off. This is the 9th heat here. And another clear winner in this one. From UMass Lowell Club, Jackie Pinney won that one by a few strides. So club team runner taking her heat. That's pretty impressive. Heat number 11 lining up here. Runners are off. And at the end, pulling ahead was Adriana Higgins. Desara LeBlanc had the lead for a bit, but Higgins got that extra gear at the end and used that to take the lead. Very impressive. Usually these 60-meter dashes, acceleration is more important than anything else. Not how fast is your top speed, but how quick can you get to it. But when you got that extra gear like Higgins did, it certainly makes winning easy. Official times are in now for the 5,000-meter run. Danielle Poto won for the women's out of Bridgewater State. Official time is 18:08.42. Julia Marina out of Bentley finished second with 18:24.01. And her teammate, Catherine Burke, finished third for Bentley, 19:22. Final heat going off here for the 60-meter prelims. And that'll wrap up the prelims for the 60-meter dash. So we'll Oh, so here's the 12th one. Excuse me, I miscounted at some point. Only 3 runners running in this one. Shantae Miller, Nicole Benedetti, and Heather Schaaf. Oh, no, that was the final one, excuse me. They just announced the scores are up now for the 12th. Strickland won that heat with a score of 8.77. won that heat by 0.3 seconds, which may not sound like a lot, but in sprints in general, that's a lot of time, let alone the 60-meter dash. Strickland out of Regis College. For the men's side in the 5,000-meter run, Kevin Green finished first out of Flynn Running. His score was 14:56.46. John Prizzi from the boys had an official score of 14:59.30 to get him second. And in third, Ryan Cordette out of Bentley finished with a score of 15:16.14. So some good times there for the 3-mile run. First heat for the men are digging in here. That first one is finished. Second heat for the men are off. That one's all wrapped up very quickly as well as they go colliding into the mat. Some of them almost all the way over. Gotta be a little careful there. A couple fans are right there. Almost got a spike to the face. And for anyone who's ran track before and has been either stepped on or hit by someone's track spike, it is not fun. Samir Williams out of UMass Dartmouth won that last heat, the second heat, with a score of 7:08. Dominique Nda out of UMass Boston finished second with a score of 7:22. Third heat is off. That's a very close finish between half a dozen different runners. So it'll probably take a second for them to figure out who finished where exactly. some of the sprinters in this next heat while they get those scores figured out, taking a second to work on one or two last block starts. Aiden Friend out of Merrimack won that last heat by .01 seconds. That is literally as close as it's going to get. 7:26 was his time. Fourth heat is off. And another photo finish right at the end there between a pair of runners. John Braga out of Merrimack takes that heat. 7:22 was his time over Foster with a 7:25 time. Foster finished in second place. Out of Colby Sawyer. Fifth heat runners taking off. Macmillan took that heat. 7:18 was his score. Miri Yoga out of UMass took that one with a 7:23 time. He was in second. Heat 6 is off now. Crossing that finish line. Let's see if we can get his name in a second. He won that one by a few strides. Runners off at the sound of the gun. Let's see, another close photo finish at the end. Like I said, it'll be tight ones throughout. Once we get into a bit more of the longer distance races, like the 4, the 6, the 8, the mile, the 2 mile, those will be a little bit easier, or the 3,000, excuse me. That'll be a little bit easier to determine the separation in the athletes and who won those events. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll have a couple interviews coming up throughout the day with some UMass players and coaches and former players as well. Brizard won the 7th heat. 7.38 was his score. Lozada finished second with 7.40. Runners at their marks. Set. Gun is off, and so are they. Making their way down the 60-meter track. Crossing the finish line. That'll wrap that one up. Final times now from the women's 60-meter dash. We'll be working those in when we can. Michaela Purnell finished with the best time, so she'll qualify. Her time was 7.94. She's the only one to run sub-8. Alexandra Curtin finished second out of Holy Cross. 8.07 was her time. As the 9th heat wraps up for the men. Hannah Amin also qualified from Stonehill. 8.08 her score. Top 3 runners, all freshmen in the 60-meter prelims. Tied with times at 8.08 for third. Anisha Trappier out of UMass Boston. Olivia Dexter out of Stonehill with an 8.10. Follows up in 5th. Isabel Damare is in the 6th spot out of Holy Cross. LaQuay Anderson Jenkins, the senior out of UMass Dartmouth, 8.17. Sarah Fries from Holy Cross is in the 8th spot. So those are the qualifiers that will be running again in the finals to determine who wins the 60-meter dash in this invitational. Still making our way through the men's heat now. Runners are digging into their blocks. Gun is off, and so are they. He's got another close finish here. Once we get the scores from the men's prelims, the totals, we'll read them off to you. So that way the listeners and viewers back home will be able to see who's going to make it into the finals. Kadima out of Merrimack won the last heat with a time of 7.66. Heat number 11 is off. Looks like the runner for Bentley there on the far side took that one by a few strides. Sakuro finished second with a time of 7.75. And it was Felon from Bentley who finished with a time of 7.61 in his heat. Warren finished second with a time of 7.92, and Yusuf out of FITC finished third with 7.94 as his score. Runners are off in the final heat here. No, excuse me, I believe there's still one more to go. It looked like Bentley may have taken that one as well. For many of the runners here running in the later heats, they may not qualify for the finals. Only the top 8 do. And the heats are seeded by the time that at least you claim to be running. Runners are always known to skew them one way or another a little bit. But it still definitely feels good at the end to walk away knowing that you took your heat, and Bentley did take that one. It was Hitchens for Bentley with a time of 7.48. Heat is taking off here. A couple of UMass Lowell players finished in second. Didn't see the school that finished in first. Or the running team, as a couple of club teams are here. Some just representing the region, others representing club teams affiliated with certain colleges. And running club team versus varsity at a college, certainly no knock on the runners that we have here today, as all of them are fast in their own right. So we have, looks like the final heat here for the men's getting set. And there are all 4 of them running here. Fritz Gustav won the last heat, the 13th one. So coming up now will be the 60-meter hurdles for the women. And following that will be the 60-meter hurdle for the men. Both the prelims that will lead to the finals. Those will take place immediately following the 60-meter dash finals for the women and the men in that order. Isabel Damari from Holy Cross with a listed time of 8:95 is the top runner in the heat, the first heat for the 60-meter hurdles for the women. Damari finished 6th for Holy Cross in the 60-meter dash, so she'll be running in the finals. Hurdles are all set and lined up. Looks like we're just waiting for the official at the start. Like the 60-meter dash, the 60-meter hurdles, because it's such a short event, should have a lot of photo finishes at the end here. So now we're ready to go here for the 60-meter hurdles for the women. Sprinters are digging into their blocks. Set. And they are off. And Alana Hitcherson from Holy Cross looked like she won the first heat there. Sophomore had an entry time of 9:22. We'll get her official time once it comes up. Second heat is getting ready. Some of the runners are already starting their block starts. Runners are set as all the hurdles are reset too. And the second heat is wrapped up. Phoebe Fitzgerald from Stonehill, the sophomore, won the second heat. Times are in for the first heat now. Hitcher Rich out of Holy Cross did win that one. 9:28 was her time. Jackie Andrews finished second out of Bridgewater State. Times are in already now for the second heat. Fitzgibbon won that one. 9:45 was her time. Rasmus was second. The 9.83 score. Runners are set for the third heat, so they're moving along pretty quickly here in this one. And a photo finish at the finish line there. We'll get those scores to you as soon as they come up on the big screen. Hurdles are realigned, all parallel with one another. Runners getting set, digging into their blocks. Now they're going to reset here. Can't quite see from here the reason. Didn't seem like anyone jumped early. Esther and Qua out of UMass Dartmouth won the last heat. 10:19 was her time. Seems like we're ready to go this time now as the runners will get set. Eldratcher out of Holy Cross finished second in that heat. The time of 10:21. Fourth heat is off here. That one all wraps up. Olivia Leahy out of Bentley took her heat. She was running in lane 8. Hurdles are reset quickly. The key in the hurdles is you actually do want to graze the hurdle in the slightest bit. You don't want to completely clear it. because you want to remain as low to the ground as possible. So that way there isn't a second of time where you're running, you're not running and you're spending a split second in the air. So that's why you want to remain as low and as close to the hurdle as possible. Leahy out of Bentley did win her heat. Her teammate Levy out of Bentley finished second. 10.89 was her time. Leahy's time was 10.59. Cassie Remillard out of UMass Dartmouth finished third in Heat 4. Heat 5 is digging in. This will be the final heat. And they're off. Following this will be the men's. We have the final times now for the men's 60-meter dash, as well as those who qualified for the prelims. Those will be in a few events from now. We have still the women's to do and the men's. In the men's hurdles and the women's hurdles, they'll raise up the men's hurdles a few notches. But the final times are in. Stephen Headley out of Boston North had the best time with a 6.96, so he will be in the first lane. Samir Williams is second, the freshman out of UMass Dartmouth, had the second best time, 7.08, and right behind him, Andrew Couture, the senior out of Bridgewater State, with a 7.09 time. Danner Hicks Joseph had finished fourth, 7.17 was his time. Alex McMillan out of UMass Dartmouth finished fifth. His teammate, Chris Tsunami, finished sixth. Alex Mayhew was seventh. And Dominic Nda out of UMass Boston finished eighth. He'll qualify. His time was 7.22. A couple of players at the end there actually finished with a time of 7.22. When you move the decimal place over, though, add an extra spot. Here's how they go. Alex McMillan, 7.177. Tsunami, 7.178. Mayhew, 7.211. Nda, 7.214. And in ninth, just missing out, he also had a time of 7.22, 7.219 to be exact. Jonathan Bra out of Merrimack. So that's how close it gets, folks, with these 60-meter dashes. Comes down to just a few thousandths of a second. So let's see, they're all checking the height on the hurdles, making sure that the notches are locked in. Looks like they're still just double checking all the hurdles just to be safe. First heat is off. And you're seeing here what I was just talking about. You want to barely graze the hurdle Some of the top runners are barely grazing them. A photo finish at the end between the runner in the first lane and the last lane. Brandon Thornhill out of Holy Cross was in the first lane. And Doi Trung was in the 8th lane. We have 4 heats for the 60-meter hurdles for the men. And the final times are in. Thornhill did win the time of 8.81. Trung was second, 8.84. Stalters was third, 8.95, followed by Raven, 9.19. McDonald was actually tied with Raven, 9.19. So we'll have to see the exact scores when they add the 1,000th place to see who won there. But the way they're listing it, Raven is 4th, McDonald is 5th. Runners are digging in, they're set, and they're off here. And crossing the finish line, actually taking a split second to look back because he had enough space. Looked like it was Nicholas Levinson out of Fitchburg State. Actually, could have been Alexander Escada out of Holy Cross. Yeah, the runner in lane 4. So it was Escada who won that one by about a length. 9.00 was his score. 9 seconds flat. Milcent had a time of 9.16. And Tui, 9.23. Third heat is off here. Let's see, it was a close one at the end. We'll wait for the official scores before deeming a victor in that one. Just to remind you of what we have coming up after this. It'll be the women's 60-meter dash finals, then followed by the 60-meter hurdle finals. Then the high jump will begin while we begin events on the outside track, starting with the 1 mile run. So that's it for the men's, only 3 heats running. They'll clear off the hurdles here to get ready for the women's 60-meter dash finals. Some players to watch here for UMass Boston in the finals here for the 60-meter dash. Anisha Trappier, 2014 All-American with the outdoor 4x1 meter relay team. She also won the 60-meter dash at the 2015 Little East Championship with a time of 8 seconds flat. She had the 4th best time in the prelims for the 60-meter dash. The senior ran 8.08 seconds, 8.074 with the exact time. All the runners in the finals ran in the top 3 heats. 3 representatives from the first heat, 2 from the second heat, 3 from the second heat, and 2 from the third heat. Once again, the order in the times from the prelims, it was Purnell out of Merrimack, Curtin out of Holy Cross, Amin out of Stonehill, Anisha out of UMass Boston, we already talked about her, Dexter out of Stonehill, Damari out of Holy Cross, Anderson Jenkins out of UMass Dartmouth, and Freese out of Holy Cross rounds things off. So here we go, the finals for the 60-meter dash. You're seeing some of the runners on the outside of the track getting their last warm-up runs indoors while they can. Runners are set. And they're off here in the finals for the 60-meter dash. Making their way down the track from left to right. It's going to be a photo finish at the end. One runner pulled ahead. Let's see if we can get the name of that runner. And it looked like it was Michaela Purnell who pulled ahead late out of Merrimack, the freshman. She had the best time in the prelims at 7.94. Let's see if we can get the official times in quick. So the men will get ready here as we await the official scores for the women's 60-meter dash. And it is official. Purnell did win the 60-meter dash, followed by Curtin with the time of 7.92 and Dexter the time of 8.04. Purnell's time was 7.85. Anisha finished 5th with a time of 8.12 for UMass Boston. Men are digging in here. Getting in some last block starts while they can. So once again for the men, the runners we have here in the 60-meter dash finals. Stephen Headley finished with the best time out of Boston North. He finished sub-7, 6.96. Samir Williams out of UMass Dartmouth was second, 7.08 was his time. Andrew Couture out of Bridgewater State, 7.09 was his time. Joseph Danner Hicks finished with a time of 7.17. Alex McMillan out of UMass Dartmouth had a time of 7.177. His teammate just behind him, Chris Tsunami out of UMass Dartmouth as well. 7.178 was his time. Alex Mayhew, 7.211. And Dominic Ganda of UMass Boston is the 8th spot. As they're off here, let's see, this is going to be a close one. Runner pulled away there in the middle. Let's see, I believe that was Stephen Headley out of Boston North. And it was, so it looks like from my view that he's the winner by about half a step. We'll see the official times once they come up on the screen. Once again, the final times for the women's 60-meter dash. Michaela Purnell won with a time of 7.85. Alexander Curtin finished second with a time of 7.92. And Olivia Dexter from Stonehill with a time of 8.04. So now we'll have the finals for the hurdles for the women and then the men. You'll be seeing athletes on the perimeter for the past few minutes trying to stay loose, and with these invitational meets, that's the big key is, you got to essentially coach yourself a little bit. There's only so much so much can the coaches be on top of you. So you got to know your own time, know how long it takes for you to get warmed up and get ready. You got to really be on top of yourself, and especially if you have an event early in the meet as well as late in the meet, you really got to remain loose throughout. You don't want your muscles to, start tightening up on you in between events. You may have to either drop out or you may not be running at 100% then later on. Another thing to keep in mind too is, how much you're eating throughout. Obviously you're going to be here a long day. You're going to have lunch and some snacks at some point to hold you over. You definitely don't want to overeat, be a little sluggish while running, but you definitely do want to maintain your energy level, your carb intake. Now the hurdles are being set here. The heights are being lowered back down for the women. Hurdles for the men when they run is at a much higher height. So once again, the times for the men's. Headley won with a time of 6.97. Couture's final time, he finished second, was 7.05. And Williams finished with a time of 7.09. So the women are getting set now. Jennifer Kimball is in lane 1. Victoria Zamara lane 2. Isabel Damari out of Holy Cross in lane 3. Alana Hitcherson in lane 4. Jackie Andrews in lane 5. Phoebe Fitzgibbon in lane 6. Ariel Kravoski in lane 7. Lauren Rasmus in lane 8. Runners are set. And they're off here at the sound of the gun. See, pulling it off right at the end in lane 4 was Elena Hitcherson. Looked like she just barely took it from her teammate, Isabella Damari. Certainly was a close one. That's how it looked from my point of view. We'll wait for the official times to come up, though, as they readjust the hurdles into the spots for the men and the height for the men, too. For the men's 60-meter hurdle finals, it'll be Brandon Thornhill in the 1 spot, Doi Trong in the 2, John Spencer in lane 3, Cameron Stalters in lane 4, Andrew Couture in lane 5, Alexander Escada, they both finished at the same time in 5th. 7th place is Mark Hamelaine. And Matt Malone finished in 8th place. So those are the results from the prelims for the men's 60-meter hurdles. So the final times are up now for the women's 60-meter hurdles. Hitcherson out of Holy Cross won. 9.12 was her time. Damari finished 2nd. 9.19 seconds was her time. Andrews was 3rd, the time of 9.27. Still just double checking all of these hurdles. Want to make sure they're locked into their height, that they're not on an angle or anything like that either. So here we go. The runners now will dig into their blocks. Finals here for the men's 60-meter dash. And then we'll start to see the high jump get going. And they're off here at the crack of the gun. One runner separating himself, and that was Brandon Thornhill out of Holy Cross. So he'll take first place here in the 60-meter hurdles for the men. We'll wait to get the official times for the finals for the men. Coming up next will be the 1 mile run for the women. 8 laps around the track. They'll clear off the hurdles here and also set up the mats for the high jump too. All right, so the mat is off on the outside of the track. Just going to reposition the barriers there on the far side. The seeds for the mile run for the first heat. Kira Shreve is the top seed out of Brandis. Her teammate, Ashley Picarillo-Horan, is second. Erin Carberry, as they're off, is third out of Stonehill. Jillian Kayazi, is in the fourth seed. We're seeing now the two packs have to wait until they merge 1 lap. 3/4 of a lap before they can merge together.
Dom is the second one. The one that's looking at us is Garth. The one next to him is Dom. On the phone is Dom.
And now we're seeing both starts merging together. And in first right now is Erin Carberry, 1 lap in, out of Stonehill. Right behind her is Jillian Kayazi, her teammate. It looks like she's about to get passed on the outside right now. Joined now by sprinter for UMass Boston as we are 2 laps in, and still leading is Erin Carberry by Dominic Enda. Dominic, how'd you feel during your first few races? You did good in the prelims. You barely made it in. I don't know if you saw how close the exact time was, but just .005 seconds got you into the finals. Did you feel good going in, or a little nervous since you're only a sophomore?
Yeah, it's been a tough 2 weeks because I've been sick, so getting back into running is kind of a new thing for right now. I haven't practiced in over 2 weeks, so I was really happy with my time for not running for a while, especially with track. You can't just drop it and then expect to get right back into it and be where you want to be. But I'm not far off from where I want to be currently, so I feel like going into this next week with a hard week of practice, I'll be ready for next week's meet. But in terms of this last race, I was I was very shocked that I made it into the final. As you can see, it was that close. Going into the final, I'm like, I'm just going to try to go out there and work on little things just to prepare myself to get into next week's meet, basically.
Beyond just being in shape, missing 2 weeks, especially with a sickness, it can, affect your weight sometimes too. You can lose a couple pounds from that. Was that the case with you? Did you lose a little bit of weight or maybe even some muscle mass from missing 2 weeks from being sick?
Yeah, we go really hard in the weight room, so I noticed I did lose about 5-6 pounds, but I know it's really easy, especially in the track world, to be right back where you want to be in less than, 1-2 days of weight room. I think I'll be back where I want to be physically.
So by the next meet, basically, you should be good to go back to 100%?
Definitely.
All right. So how did you feel running in the finals then? Did you start to feel a bit of a lag from the lack of conditioning, or were you able to catch your breath in between the prelims and the finals?
There was a decent break between the prelim and the final. It's only 60 meters, so being conditioned, it didn't really affect me that much. I felt fine in the final, especially my start, which was something I always focus on, even last year, even carrying on to this year. I felt good in the start. Going into the race, I noticed that, especially after my coach told me that there was no real turnover towards the last 20 meters of the race, and that's huge. But, that comes with obviously repetition and practice, so I'm not too worried about that currently right now.
So how's school going on for you then? What's your major at UMass Boston?
I'm a criminal justice major. It's going good.
Okay, so you're looking to get into law enforcement then?
Yeah.
What specifically? Any certain fields?
DEA or state trooper.
Okay. Any reason for that? Is it, a family member that's doing something similar, or?
No, it's just something I've always been interested in. I mean, obviously watching cops as a kid, that's not a very good representation of what you'll get into. But with that, it helped me look more into it deeply, and it's stuff that interests me, and I think I would be really good in that field.
Erin Carberry currently still in first place. Trailing her is Shreve and Picarillo Haran, both out of Brandis. Well, Dom, congratulations on your first race. What other races are you running later today?
I have the 200-meter left.
Okay, and just the 200-meter?
Yeah.
Awesome. Dom, congratulations on your first one. Congrats on making it to the finals. And good luck in your later race.
Thank you.
So that was Dominic and Da. As now Brandis is starting to make their move with 1 lap to go. Both of the runners for Brandis have passed Carberry. Shreve is in first. Picarillo Haran is in second. Carberry is in third place here, and she's starting to trail off a little bit as Shreve is kicking it into an extra gear. About 4 steps in between Shreve and Picarillo Haran. And then about 7 steps between her and Carberry. And here we go down the final stretch. Shreve across the finish line here. She will win the 1 mile run with a time of 5 minutes and 13 seconds, 5 minutes and 16 seconds for Picarillo Haran, and 5 minutes 19 seconds for Erin Carberry. We'll have the official times as they get posted. Angie Martinez will cross at just under 5:30, and she will finish 4th. Jillian Kayazi will finish 5th, and that'll round out the top 5 for the 1 mile run here at Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. Just a few runners left to finish up here. We'll await the official times and give those to you once they come up. In the meantime, for the hurdles, we have the official times and the winners for that one. Lana Hitcherson, as mentioned before, she won the finals out of Holy Cross with a time of 9.28. Isabella Damari finished second out of Holy Cross as well, 9 seconds and 0.44 seconds. And J.C. Andrews out of Bridgewater State finished third, 9.43 was her time. For the men, Brandon Thornhill out of Holy Cross, as mentioned before, he won the men's hurdles. 8.81 seconds was his time. John Spencer finished second, 8.87 was his time. And Doi Trong out of Worcester State finished third, 8.84. But the official time, 8.92. A little bit of a that was the prelims I was looking at. The final is 8.92. So the second heat, they're off here. The 1 mile run is 8 laps around the track, a 200-meter track here, as is most indoor track facilities have it at that length. High jump is being set up here on both ends, so I imagine they'll be getting that started soon as both group starting points are merged here. Shauna Ryan out of Fitchburg State has the lead right now as we are 1 lap in. 7 laps to go for everyone. Official times are in for the 1 mile run. We'll have the top finishers for you in just a moment. Shauna Ryan still in lead here. As they're going down the stretch on lap 7, 6 laps to go. Sydney Quirk out of Bridgewater State is in second, and Megan Rocket out of Emmanuel is in third. So a trio of sophomores in the lead here, 2 laps in. Ryan maintaining a good pace. She still has the lead by about 1 stride. Top 3 remains the same. Adriana Frito, though, is right behind them in 4th. 2 minutes and 22 seconds into the race here. Official times, like I said, are in for the first heat of the 1 mile run. Shreve had the best time of 5 minutes, 13.59 seconds. So she won the first heat. Still the same top 3. Picarillo was second in the first heat. 5 minutes, 16 seconds was her time. So 2 Brandis runners finish in the top 2 in the 1 mile run for the first heat. Keep an eye on the times for this heat here. But like I said before, with the heats, those get ordered based on the time that you claim you run. So we'll see as Ryan looks like she's losing a bit of a step. Let's see if she can lose the lead for the first time since the race began. And she does lose the lead. 2 runners pass her there. Coming around the bend here, it's Megan Rocket, I believe. No, excuse me. Adriana Frito, she took the lead, and she's starting to pull away here, making her move with 2 laps to go. Megan Rocket is in second. Ryan just got passed again. Sydney Quirk out of Bridgewater State passed her. So Shauna Ryan had a strong start, but is starting to fall behind a little bit here. She's going to fall now into 5th place. 5-minute mark here. So just a few seconds away from the official time of the winner of the first heat. We've passed it. 5 minutes and 13 seconds with Shreve's top time. We're at 5:21 right now as there's 1 lap to go. Runners making their moves here on the outside. Just under 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes here, and Adriana Frito from UMass Boston will win this heat. We'll get the official time in a second. It was bang bang whether or not she beat the 6-minute mark. Ryan had a strong finish to finish up as she fell behind a little bit, but kicked it into that extra gear in the end. Looked like she finished second. And then it was a big pack behind her. So like before, we'll wait for the official times. But congrats to Adriana Frito for winning her heat. Make sure you stay tuned. The upcoming events that we have after the 1 mile run, it'll be the 400-meter dash. Then we'll take a quick break during the 600-meter dash, return during the 800-meter dash, and then the 1,000-meter run after that. So now the men will be getting ready for the 1 mile run. Keep in mind it's women's first, then the men's heat will go. David Lockhart out of Stonehill, Grady Ward out of Brandis, Roger LaCroix out of Brandis, Alex Southire out of Stonehill, and Matthew Shaw out of Stonehill represent the top 5 seeds respectively. Six out of the top 7 runners actually are represented by just 2 schools, Brandis and Stonehill. Anthony Lacey out of Bentley is in the 6th seed. Max Whitmore is in the 7th spot. And they're off here. Once again, keep in mind the first 3 quarters of the first lap, the group on the outside cannot merge. Track does that so that way there isn't a big crowd right at the beginning and everyone can start at a fair spot. Here we go, they'll merge here. Coming down the stretch is David Lockhart. He's maintaining a good pace here. Big crowd here following him. Lockhart has the lead by about 1 stride. Following him is one of the Brandis runners. See if I can catch his number as he comes around the bend here. And then a pretty tight pack throughout. Grady Ward in second. And Anthony Lacey who's the 6th seed. He's in 3rd right now. Top 2 runners are starting to separate themselves here as the pack is thinning out, but everyone is still within striking distance so far with 5 laps to go. Lockhart still in the lead, followed by Ward. Tightly contested as everyone is basically in a line here for the turns. We'll see who's going to be the aggressor that tries to make a move and see if he can catch up to that top pack of Lockhart and Ward. Lockhart in the lead. He's a freshman taking on the senior Grady Ward from Brandis. Max Whitmore makes a bit of a move. He's in 3rd now. Roger LaCroix is in 4th. So the top 3 seeds are all, top seeds 2, 3, and 4 are all from Brandis. starting to separate themselves from the pack a little bit. See if anyone from the pack behind them can make a move to catch up. Russell Santos from Brandis, he's in the 5th spot. But that group is separate from the rest as we have 3 laps remaining here in the 1 mile run. We'll have 3 heats for the 1 mile run for the men. And here we go, move starting to be made as Lockhart has lost the lead. He got passed by Ward. Coming up on the near side, on the outside, is LaCroix. Ward starting to kick it into an extra gear. Two and a half laps to go. And Ward is starting to separate himself from the pack. He's got a couple strides on Lockhart. And now Lockhart looks like he's getting passed on the outside. Roger LaCroix is going to pass him. Lockhart falls into 3rd with 1 lap to go. Let's see if Lockhart can make a move on the outside to try and catch back up. LaCroix starting to gain on his teammate Ward. And LaCroix is going to pass Ward. They're both gaining some ground against Lockhart. Looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race here between 2 Brandis runners. LaCroix has the lead by about a stride coming down the stretch. It's going to be a race to the finish. Ward trying to make a move on the inside. He's not going to be able to get the inside, and LaCroix will win this one. Just under 4:30. Behind him was Ward, followed by Lockhart. So those are your top 3 finishers for the first heat in the 1 mile run. We got the official final times for the women's 1 mile run. Kira Shreve had the best time, 5 minutes, 13.59 seconds. Ashley Picarillo Haran, the junior out of Brandis, finished with a final time of 5 minutes, 16.39 seconds. And Erin Carberry out of Stonehill finished with 5 minutes, 18.92 seconds. We're off here with the second heat now for the 1 mile run. Joined now by another guest. This time it's former runner for track and field for UMass Boston, Hamza Abdul. Hamza, how you doing?
I'm doing very good. It's an exciting day to be back over here on the track.
Is it weird, when you come back and you see everyone running and knowing that you don't have to get warmed up for any events, you don't have to worry about what the ones you're doing today or, ones that you're not doing, cheering your teammates on? Is it a little weird?
Yeah, it's very weird. Like, I remember my first year after I graduated and I was helping out with the meets. It felt really weird not to warm up, even though I don't miss the running as much because there was just a couple of times where I would finish, I couldn't feel my legs, so I didn't miss that feeling. But now I'm back actually into competing for Greater Boston Track Club, where I'll be competing today too. So I had to get back into it because I couldn't stand the feeling of just being away from the track where I would see people jumping or running and stuff, and I wanted to be part of it.
So was it, at first, was it like all athletes, I feel like, go through the same thing? You got a few months off where you don't have to worry about working out, getting in shape. And then once you start getting out of shape, you start to realize, okay, maybe I need to start running every so often. Did that sort of happen to you?
Absolutely. And that's exactly what happened. Where at first I was very excited to be done, kind of, where I was like, I don't have to worry about the long practices anymore. I can start focusing on school and everything and work. But after I finished, I mean, after I finished, it was just like a few months into it, I realized when I was going up the stairs, by the time I got to the top, I couldn't breathe. I was like, I'm too out of shape. It was all new to me, like just feel
And especially
heavy breathing.
a track runner. Track runners are in unbelievable shape, so that has to be a really weird feeling for someone like you.
It was. And I would always hear back from my friends, too, where, like, I thought you're a track and field athlete. Like, shouldn't you be in shape? Like, I don't think they understand I'm not supposed to be permanently in shape for it.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
I wish it did, though.
So you ran the triple jump back when you ran for UMass Boston. Did the steps in the triple jump come natural when you first tried it, or did it take a few tries for you to finally get it down?
Oh, it took years and years of practice for that. I remember when I was doing when I was triple jumping in high school, I could only hit 36, 37 feet, and I was lacking many fundamentals. And once we got Coach Walker over here, who triple jumped as well in college, she was the one who taught me all the basics, like all the fundamentals, everything I should have pretty much learned in high school. I learned from her. So it was just like the main thing she taught me was being patient my first year. So we had to do baby steps where I had to work from the far back, and before I had to work on my running before I could even focus on jumping. And I managed to jump I went from jumping 37 feet to 45 feet, which was a huge improvement because my goal was just to get 40. But working with Coach Walker for so long, who just made me constantly focus on the little things and try to perfect every little aspect of triple jumping I could, who helped me get that far.
Brian Amorell out of Fitchburg State has the lead here with 2 laps to go. So anyway, you ran the triple jump, and you said it got more natural to you over time. Now, looking at it from a coaching perspective, I imagine it's got to be tough as a track coach. If you haven't run a certain field event and you got someone, obviously every team has to partake in just about every event, especially once you get to the head-to-head meets.
Absolutely.
It must be tough to try and coach events that you've never done before, especially something like triple jump. For someone who just watches track and has never done it, it's not just you take 3 steps while running. There's a certain method to it. You got the kick while you're in the air too to extend yourself an extra few inches.
Absolutely.
There's a lot that goes into something like that. It's not just run and take a couple steps and jump as far as you can.
Absolutely. In high school, that's what I actually thought. It was just where I would have to run, take 3 jumps to get into the sand pit. And I used to make the mistake of constantly running full speed and just jumping, not knowing what I was getting myself into. Mm-hmm. But as I started getting trained by Coach Walker, she was the one that said that taught me I have to actually build up my speed from the far back before I can actually work on my phases. So it was all brand new to me. And now that I coach those events, it's like I see the mistakes she was always talking about when she was pointing it out at me. I never could understand it unless I saw it on video. But now that I actually coach other athletes and I see what they're doing, I'm like, oh, so this is what she meant. So now just trying to help them. I think the most important thing she ever taught me is like helping out other athletes, like especially in events like that. You want to focus on correcting one mistake at a time. Mm-hmm. So just from after every jump, just keep focusing on one event at a time. One mistake at a time. And from there, we'll just go on. And
you also partake in a couple of different relays as well.
Yes.
Which leg were you typically in the relays?
It depended on the meet, but mostly I would be third.
Okay.
I was usually second or third, and I enjoy doing third because whatever lead we had my goal was always try to make up for any slack we have or maintain what we get before the anchor took care of everything else.
Yeah, and basically, not too much pressure on you. It's always on the anchor at the end, except you got to make the handoff to the anchor.
Absolutely.
So you don't want to miss that.
Absolutely. And I think we my junior year, we had an athlete that was running 48 seconds in the 400. He used to take a lot of stress off of me. So I used to just try to make sure I would get the baton to him in a great position to finish off.
So you say that takes a lot of stress off of you. I would think that put a lot of stress on you. You got to catch up to that guy when he gets his head start, so you can hand it off to him, in between the diamonds.
Oh yeah, I actually had to work with him a lot before we even started our relay because I want to make sure we're both on the same page because he could take off, and especially me coming up in the last 30 meters of 400. I felt like I had ankle weights, a weight vest, and a parachute trying to run off like that.
Especially in the 4x4, you're typically
Absolutely.
winded by the end of that. And
Yeah.
now you got to catch up with a guy who's the fastest on your team,
Yeah.
who's also completely fresh,
Yes.
while you're sucking on air at the end. That's definitely tough.
So luckily we got on the same page with that, and it made things a lot easier for our relay.
Now, in terms of chemistry and timing,
Yeah.
is it tough working with a club team now in the relays to get the chemistry and timing down? I'm not sure how your club is, but I imagine, other people have other things going on in their lives. They may not be able to be there all the time. I imagine there's a bit of fluidity with who's exactly going to be in which spot in each individual race. So is there a bit of a, trickiness to it?
Yeah, there actually is, and it's tough to try to depend. It's kind of tough to depend on someone in club because it's not mandatory for us to be there. It's it's all new to me. Where with when I was competing in college, there was a lot of team chemistry. We spent we spend a lot of time together. Like our relay runners, we were very close. But then now at the club, it's like it kind of depends who's ready, who can go, and because like with our track, in college, you know who your backup would be. Like you're told who your backup athlete is and who's gonna be competing with you. But in club, it's if someone can't go or someone's too tired, then it's time we have to improvise. We have to improvise, ask someone else that can step up, and it's just. Like you actually don't have time to overthink that or think about it, what you're going to do. It's just like it's on the go.
Joined by Hamza Abdul. And now we've talked a little bit about consistency. Are you guilty of being a little inconsistent with making practices, or are you one of those guys that's there just about every time?
I'm there about every time, and what makes it tough is like I get out of work at 8 o'clock on some nights. So we have practice at 7. So if I can't do that, I usually go like by myself at 9 o'clock at night, and it's weird because we only practice twice a week, and that's not enough for like the
for
place
track,
where
that's
I
nowhere
want to
near
be.
enough.
And especially like the level I'm trying to be on, that makes it very difficult for me. But like most weeks I'll go 3 or 4, and it's just not the same. It's not the same feeling. Where in college it was mandatory. We had lifting involved. It's hard to lift now with like the work schedule and everything too.
And you also have to rely on your teammates
Absolutely.
a lot of times doing that on their own.
Absolutely.
And at that age, you don't have to babysit everyone. You shouldn't have to ask them all the time whether or not they're doing it. But you just frankly don't know.
Yeah.
You probably, some of those guys, I imagine, you just see them when you show up. And then when you go home at the end of practice, that's the last time you see them until the next practice in some cases.
And now with the club team I'm with, we don't have a jumping coach too, so it makes everything difficult for me. It's
so are they looking to you then to be the jumping coach?
Yeah, it's weird because some of the athletes over there usually ask me for help, kind of, and it's all brand new to me. So it's like trying to coach and compete at the same time. I really don't want to do that because that makes it tough for me. I would much rather focus on one thing. I want to give them 100% of me.
So what are you doing now besides that outside of college, work-wise?
Honestly, my schedule consists of work and track, legit. And it's tough. I'm still trying to get used to it, and this is the first time I've been away from like college athletics, where I can't be around college athletics as much. So it's still tough to adjust to.
Hamza, thanks for coming on. It was absolutely great talking to you. What events are you running later today?
Actually, I'm planning to do just the triple jump.
Just the triple jump.
Just the triple jump, no relay, no running, because I want to be able to wake up tomorrow and enjoy the football game.
Nah, I hear you. What team are you a fan of?
Ooh, Patriots.
Oh,
New England Patriots.
I'm a Giants fan, so I was a little disappointed by that loss the other day, but sorry, we got the 2 Super Bowls on you.
It's all right. We got, I think, a couple more than that, but
yeah, Hamza,
Patriots.
good luck in the triple jump later today. I don't want to keep you away from your warm-ups too long. Thanks for coming on. Hamza Abdul, former triple jumper and relay runner for UMass Boston, joining us. We got 1 lap to go here for the runners in the 3rd and final heat. And following the 1 mile run, again to a bit more of the sprinting events, starting with the 400-meter dash. A couple runners crossing the finish lines now. We'll have the official scores once that's all said and done. Shane Romanchik, who was in the 5th lane, he did not have a time that he entered with, so he was in last out of the seeds. He finished 1st and won this one, finishing in 2nd place, Craig Schoaf. Some of the runners are all finishing up now, and that will do it. So we still have 2 more running on the far side. Once they're done, the 400-meter dash will begin. That's 2 laps around the track. And that is one of the tougher events, in my opinion, in track and field, because it is a sprint, but it is the longest out of all the races that are considered a quote-unquote sprint. You're basically running at 95%. That'll wrap things up here. Final times for the men's 1 mile run. Amaral finished in first. In the second heat, Brian Amaral, as I mentioned, was first. Now the blocks are already out on the track as everyone's getting ready to go. A couple runners getting some last block starts in. The women will be first, followed by the men, as with all the events today. All right, we'll talk about an athlete to watch here now for UMass Boston, Hulerie McGuffie. She holds 3 indoor program records at UMass Boston, the 60-meter dash, the 200-meter dash, and the long jump. She'll be competing here in the first lane for the 400. She was also a national finalist in the outdoor 400-meter dash in 2015 and indoor 400-meter dash in 2014. And they're off to the races here. Like I said, it's just about a full-on sprint here in the 400. 2 laps around the track. Blocks are being cleared now, so nobody trips, nobody gets hurt. McGuffie in the 1 seed. She has about a 1-stride lead here. 1 lap to go, 30 seconds in. A lot tougher to try and make a move on the outside as everyone's going just about full speed, but a runner is making a move on the far side there. McGuffie coming down the final stretch here. It's down to her and Jordan Gray from Stonehill. And Hulerie wins this one. Just about 1 minute, maybe a little bit under 1 minute. We'll get the final times in a second. The second heat is already starting to dig in here. Gonna have 8 total heats in this race. They're going to clear the turn for a second here. Runners adjusting their blocks to where they like to have their feet positioned and where they are positioned from behind the starting lines. Starting lines are staggered here in the sprinting event. Teammates coming on to assist them. Keep their feet on the block so that way they don't move in the slightest bit when they take off. Runners are off. A trio of runners from Bridgewater State look like they're first, second, and third. as they'll all converge on the inside now. Jackie Andrews is in first. She's got a strong lead by a couple strides here. Andrews with a very strong lead here by about a dozen strides. Although she's losing it a little bit here towards the end. And she'll finish in first place, just about 1 minute as well. We'll see if she can crack and possibly pass some of the top runners in that first seed. So we'll keep you updated on the scores from the top 2 seeds to see who is where in the overall standings. Some scores in now from the women's shot put. Galen Farrell out of Stonehill finished in first with 12.4 meters. Second place was Hannah Carson out of Worcester State. 12.17 meters is her score. Taylor Jasmine Smith out of UMass Boston finished in third. 11.77 meters is her best throw. Third heat here, runners are at their mark. Runners are off here. A few of them dropped out, so only 4 runners in this heat here. They're coming around the turn in the first lap. One lap in. Times are in now for some of the top runners in the second heat. Andrews finishing first. She did beat the 1 minute mark, 59.03 seconds. Pustis was in second in the second heat. She was just over 1 minute, 1 minute, 0.9 seconds. And then Lane finished in third, 1 minute and 1 second. That'll wrap up the third heat here. Now the fourth heat will get set. No blocks for this heat. Only the top 3 heats will receive those. Just trying to move things along a little quicker here, as you do with all invitational meets. These can be long days for the athletes, the coaches, everyone involved, as these usually start in the morning, especially if you're an athlete or a coach, getting in with the team early in the morning. And then you're there if you're working the event or helping run the event, like all the people from UMass Boston are, involved in cleanup and such afterwards. In the men's weight throw, that one also is finished up. Bob Cedrone won from Twilight Throwers, one of the club teams that are competing here. His throw was 18.02 meters. Almost 4 full meters over second place, who is held by Greg Betzold out of UMass Dartmouth. His throw is 14.57 meters. As we're finishing up here with this heat of the 400. And in third, Stefan Balestra out of Stonehill, 14.56 meters. Runners are set here and they're off. Once again, no blocks here in this set. So congratulations to those winning the men's throw, weight throw, and the women's shot put. Those are going on in the far corner So we don't really have a chance from here to even see how that action is going. Unlike events like the high jump and the pole vaults, those are taking place in the infield of the track. So we have a chance to view those. Over 1 lap in on the 400-meter dash. As the runners are coming down the final stretch now. Taylor Donaldson trying to make a move on the outside, but she's not going to pass her teammate, Devin Smith. Both of them out of South Virginia, and finishing in third out of Brandis, Romani Dayan, excuse me. Runners are set. One of the events that's happening in the middle as well that we can kind of see a little bit through the crowd. Certainly not to get any results, but the long jump and triple jump are also happening in the far corner inside the track, not on the outside of it. 1 lap in, and we got a tight group here between these 4 runners. This is certainly a very tight pack here, as any of the 4 runners can take this one. See if anyone can make a move. Coming down the final stretch, Delana Lee will be in first. Evan Busnell will finish second in that heat, so congratulations to them two winning their heats. Men are getting ready now. Still a few more women's heats, though, before we get to them. Five runners in this heat here, as a couple of the runners are dropping out. A lot of times in these invitational meets, runners will sign up for multiple events. Only typically allowed to run 2 or 3, so they'll drop out of some of those events and pick and choose which ones they want to run based on which ones other ones are signed up for and running. One lap in, Olivia Milstead is leading out of Fitchburg State. Holly Sessler, the 1 seed, just passed her. They're both teammates at Fitchburg State. And Sessler really kicking it into high gear here in the final lap as she'll come around. Looks like she'll be taking this heat here. Making a move is Megan Jenkins. She'll finish second. That'll wrap up this heat. They're off here. This is the final heat before the men get going. And that will wrap up, the first lap. One more still to go before the men can get started. Some of them are already out there lining up their blocks. Those on the outside lanes are. Can't really set them up in the inside lanes, as someone could get hurt if they wind up tripping over them. So Natasha Wright finishes 4th in that heat. She represents UMass Boston. And now the men will get going here. Sam Miklovich out of Wheaton, Massachusetts. He's a senior. He'll be running in the 1 seed. Jacob Robinson is in lane 2 out of Merrimack. William Ward out of Holy Cross is in lane 3. Raheem Naughty in lane 4. Michael Kotletsky in 5. And Matthew Baldessari in lane 6. Runners digging into their blocks. And they're off here at the sound of the gun. Keep in mind that after the first 3 quarters of the first lap is when they can start to merge. And a good move there is maintaining his outside positioning was Matthew Balsari, as he's in first place right now. Didn't converge right away. He gradually took a slow angle, almost like a race car driver in NASCAR, to get to the inside. He's still maintaining first place, but a runner's coming around the outside now. It's going to be a race to the finish, and he maintains it. Matthew Baldessari finishes in first place in the first heat. Neck and neck between the other ones, so we'll wait for the score to be put up on the board before we determine the other winners. In lane 2, Paul Hamlet choosing to run without blocks. Certainly not a common choice in track and field, especially in the sprinting events. So he's off. Gets off to a bit of a slower start compared to some of the competition, but in the 400-meter race, it all comes down to a combination of speed and endurance. Finishing up on the first lap here. Paul Hamlet has the lead out of UMass Dartmouth. Coming around the final turn here. Let's see, it's going to be a close one. And he does pull it off. Paul Hamlet, without blocks, takes that one. Ruckus Paragis finished in second place. We'll get you those official times when they come up. Baldessari won the first one, but with a time of 51.05 seconds. Robinson out of Merrimack finished second in the first heat, 51.18 seconds, and Ward finished third, 51.3 seconds out of Holy Cross. Runners on their mark, digging in. They're off to the races here. Christian Cedulo making a strong push from lane 3. We'll see if he can catch up a little bit here in the final turn before they get to merge. Patrick Ahern has the lead, followed by Cedulo as they enter the final lap. Ahern has about a 2-stride lead on Cedulo, who's slowly closing the gap. But let's see if he can close it as we're getting towards the end here. Ahern gaining a bit of ground. Cedulo slowing up a little bit. See if he can maintain second place. He will. And then a pack behind him for third in this heat. So like for the women's, only the top 3 heats for the men are allowed to use blocks. Runners to their mark. And they're off to the races here. 5 runners in this heat. And in first, it's Anthony Lawson out of Worcester State. He's got a couple strides lead. And he's looking good here as he's extending his stride. Doesn't seem to be all too winded as there's 3/4 of a lap remaining. He's got a lot of ground. Looks like barring anything, any big push from behind, he's going to win this heat. Josh Hubble in second place. He'll take second, and finishing third is Shane McKinley. Hubble hails from Stonehill, and McKinley is from Worcester State. Teammate of Anthony Lawson, who won that heat there. Runners to their marks. Like in the women before, some choosing to get set. Runners set, and they'll take off here. Final times are officially in for the women's 400-meter dash. Congratulations to Hulerie McGuffie out of UMass Boston. Her time was the best with 57.82 seconds. That is also a record here for the meet. So congratulations to her. We'll see if we have a chance to talk to her later on. Finishing in second was Jordan Gray. 58.25 seconds was her time. And then JC Andrews, the freshman out of Bridgewater State, finished third. 59.3 seconds was her time. So congratulations to those 3 ladies for finishing first, second, and third respectively in the women's 400-meter dash. Couple of heats to go here still in the men's 400-meter dash. That will be followed by the 600-meter run. Runners to their marks. Some of them choosing to start at a stand-up formation. Others getting down as if they are in a block in a sprinter's start position. And they're off to the races here. One lap down as the runner on the outside has made his move. I believe that's Matthew Carl. But he's getting passed right now on the outside. I believe that's Connor Hitchens out of Bentley. That is Hitchens, but he's starting to lose some ground now. And Kyle Diesel is neck and neck with him. That's a close finish right there. Looked like Hitchens may have pulled it off, but that's certainly a photo finish. We'll have to see. Hitchens didn't lean all too much at the end there. The high jump has started at both ends of the track. One end closer to the center versus the other right on the outside edge. It looks like the men's pole vault has wrapped up, so I imagine we'll be getting that score soon. The women's are beginning. Or at least beginning their warm-ups. We got a race to the finish here at the end. It looks like Victor Montanez out of New England College will win his heat. Lee Mandanici finished up lane 1. 4 more heats to go here before the 600-meter run begins. One lap down. As Nikonsa is taking an interesting route. He didn't try to hit the inside of the turn right when it begins. And I made a NASCAR reference before how you work from outside to in. That's sort of what he did here. And it doesn't seem to be working for him as he's fallen behind a little bit. His stride is slowing down. By doing that, you're running a little bit further than you need to. And winning this one in the 4th spot, Andrew Gauthier out of UMass Lowell Club. So congratulations to him. Runners set. 5 runners in this heat here. Looks like we may have one more set after this, actually, before the 600-meter begins. Teru LaRode, good kick in his step as he is in first place. Got a runner right behind him, though, out of Fitchburg State. Let's see if I can see who that is as we're coming down to the final stretch. He's getting passed here. That's Brandon Brideau. He'll finish in first. Jamie Rulo, his teammate, will finish second, and LaRode will finish third in his heat. Now the final heat coming up here, just 2 runners in this last one. You got to imagine for those 2 runners, it certainly makes it a little bit more fun when you're only competing directly against one person. Just mano y mano. As they're 1 lane down, 1 lap down, excuse me. So they'll merge lanes. Jonathan Hudson currently has the lead by a couple strides. It looks like he's gaining ground as well. And Hudson will finish this one just under 55 seconds. What's coming up now will be the 600-meter run, starting with the women. So we'll take a quick audio break. The video feed will continue, though, throughout these events. So make sure you definitely stay tuned to check this out here, as I'll be right back after this. Back here on beaconathletics.com, I'm Sean Malone, getting ready for the women's 800 here. They are off. It'll be a few laps around the track for them. 4 to be exact. Three-quarters of the way done through the first of 4 laps, so the lanes will begin to merge here. Tight-knit group up in the front. 3 runners right next to each other. So far, none of them able to get any real separation around each other. Then a few strides behind them is the middle of the pack. Two laps to go as so far. Hunter Cardin is in the lead. Excuse me, it's actually Hannah Carey in the lead. Now I believe that's Erin Cunningham who just made a move on the outside. It is Cunningham. Cunningham is in first right now, followed by Ogundaran out of Brandis. Just the two of them right now, followed by the middle pack. On the final lap here, Cunningham got about a 2-stride lead, maybe a stride and a half. But the lead is slowly closing. Ogundaran making a move on the outside here as we're in the final stretch. She retakes the lead. Ogundaran gaining space. She is going to take the 800-meter run. Cunningham finished second. She could not maintain that lead at the end, and finishing in third is Emily Lopez out of Colby Sawyer. First of 2 heats. Runners are getting set here for the second and final heat. Then it'll be followed by the men's 800-meter run. Three-quarters of the way done with the first lap. And right now, out of Regis, Molly Curtin holds the lead. Andrea O'Hearn, her teammate, right behind her. Curtin with a strong lead by a couple strides here, 2 laps in. We'll see if she can maintain it. Because right now out of Worcester State, Danielle Cote starting to make a bit of a move and catch up now. One of her teammates is right behind her by a few strides. Cote catching up now. 1 1/4 laps to go. And Cote is going to try and make a move down the stretch here with 1 lap remaining. Curtin trying to keep her on the outside, but Cote is able to pass and take the lead. 1 lap remaining here, and third behind by a couple strides. Kayla Corcoran also hails from Worcester State. Now Danielle Cote has a strong lead here by a couple strides. So she will win the second heat. She finishes up here just beyond the 2:30 mark. Some times and some distances to go over here. In the men's pole vault, the winner is Adam Kuhl from Los Guapos. He set an invitational record with a height of 4.75 meters. Behind him was a two-way tie between Timothy Dunn and Anthony Inamorati from Holy Cross and Stonehill, respectively. They both were able to get over 4.25 meters. In the 400-meter dash for the men, Matthew Baldesser, the junior out of Stonehill, was first. His time was 51.05 seconds. Jacob Robinson, the freshman out of Merrimack, was second, 51.18 seconds. Then behind him, William Ward out of Holy Cross, 51.3 seconds. Getting set now for the men's 800. And runners are off. Like I said before, 4 laps around the track here for the 800-meter run. As right now an early lead for Jeremy Gonzalez from Boston University Track Club. We'll see if he can maintain it, though, as it's very close. Group of 4, now 5 runners behind him. As there's someone I can't quite see who from here on the outside started to make a bit of a move, and now someone else is making a move on the outside. Interesting that that move was made during the turn. Typically you see that during the straightaways. That's Richard Ethier who made a move. And he right now maintains the lead. He now falls behind. A lot of switching here up out in front. Jason Demick out of Stonehill has the lead, followed by 2 of his teammates, Velicone as well as Bomba. 3 players out of Stonehill maintain the lead, and they got the lead by a couple strides. 1 lap to go here. They still maintain their lead by a couple strides. It looks like the only question from here on out is where those 3 Stonehill Skyhawks going to finish. And right now it is Velicone who wins it. He wins the heat for the men's 800. 2 of his teammates were neck and neck with the finish. We'll get those official scores in a bit. In the meantime, I'm joined now by sprinter for UMass Boston, Hulerie McGuffie. Hulerie, you 1 race down, you got 1 more to go, the 200-meter dash. How you feeling in the middle of the Invitational so far?
I feel good. I felt like I came to a good start, so I just want to finish strong as well.
In the 200-meter dash, would you say that's the better of your 2 events, or is that, one of the harder ones for you? Out of the two that you're going to be running today, which would you say that you're better at?
I do love the 200, but I am better at the 400.
Okay. How does
As
that
much
work
as I
out?
hate
That
it.
you like you? Oh, the 400,
Yeah.
of course. That's I was saying before on the air. That's probably one of the more difficult ones to run because you're basically running at 95% for a while.
Yeah,
It's a long
full
run.
sprint.
Yep. So what year are you now at
I'm a
UMass
senior.
Boston? You're
It's
a
my
senior.
last year, unfortunately.
You gonna miss it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna miss the running every day though aspect, or are you just gonna
The
be happy to?
competition.
Okay.
The competition feel. Like I love this feeling.
Mm-hmm. So the 800-meter dash is going on right now. You're not much of a long-distance runner, I'm guessing.
I did do cross country, but long
Okay.
distance, unfortunately, is not my thing.
Yeah, just sticking with the 4 and 2, I imagine that short distance is more of your event.
Yeah.
But not the 60-meter dash. Why not? Would you say you're more of a mid-distance runner?
Definitely more mid distance. 60, I feel like I can't like pick up my speed in, but I do run the 60 sometimes.
Yeah, 60 is all about acceleration at the end of the
Yeah.
day. It's not necessarily about that last gear. It's how quickly you get up through the gears.
Exactly. Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to after college? You know, possibly work, or are you
Definitely
looking to
grad
compete
school.
at a club level? Grad school, okay.
Yeah, definitely grad school and hopefully a nice job after this.
Are you going to compete and run in grad school, or are you out of eligibility years?
I'm unfortunately out of eligibility, but
Okay.
a nice club or anything would be.
You think about coaching possibly, coming back as a
I
graduate
would love
assistant?
to coach. I would love to coach.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You know, a lot of people in their sports, whatever it may be, when they leave, you know, one of the great ways to fill the temptation of the sport is getting into coaching and teaching the next generation,
That is true.
you know, tips and tricks and how to improve their times, things like that. So beyond this invitational here, are there any other events in particular you're looking towards? You know, facing off against a certain school or anything like that?
LECs is what I'm really hoping for. Our team is bigger and better this year, so I really think we could take this.
Awesome. Well, Hulerie, thanks for joining us. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you still got to get warmed up for the 200, which is coming up soon. Good luck in the 200 meter.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So that'll wrap up now the second heat of the 800. One more to go, and then we'll be moving on through the schedule. Moving through it pretty quickly so far today. Just a 1,000-meter run, the 200-meter, the 3,000, and then the 4x4 relay at the end. Got some more scores in to update you on. In the long jump for the men, Kevin Coyle had the best time. He represents the club team squad. He jumped 7.13 meters. Marquise Harmon was behind him. He leapt 6.6 meters. And Josh Hubble out of Stonehill jumped 6.36 meters. The runners are off here. Final heat for the 800. Then it'll be the 1,000 women, then the 1,000 men after this. Chris Moore has the lead right now, as there is 2 laps still to go. Halfway through the final heat here for the 800-meter run. Moore with a bit of a strong lead. He's up by a couple strides. Behind him is Christopher Johnson. He represents the UMass Lowell Club track and field team. Then in third, it's Joseph Chamberlain out of Fitchburg State. One lap to go here as Chris Moore comes down the final stretch. Chris Moore legs it into the final gear. Joseph Chamberlain moves into second place, passing Christopher Johnson, and that's where they will both finish second and third respectively. So now will come the women's 1,000 meter run. Only one heat and 6 total runners for the 1,000 meters. So the seeds for the women's 1,000. Jamaraki May is in the 1 seed. Elisa Cantido is second. Rahema Rakabuba is third. Sabrina Rizzo is fourth. Alyssa Cardosa is in lane 5. And sixth is Madison Harmon out of UMass Boston. Runners are off here. All right, now it's May who's in the lead. Five laps around the track here for the 1,000 meter dash. As mentioned before, the track is 200 meters around. Updating you on some scores. In the women's 600 meter run, Una Wood won for Holy Cross. The senior, her time was 1 minute and 36.97 seconds. She was followed behind by her teammate, Megan Dieter. The sophomore from Holy Cross, his time was 1 minute and 39 seconds. And Steph Matson finished third. The freshman from Bentley's time was 1 minute and 39.86 seconds. In the men's 600 meter run, Alexander Engel, who is running independently, his best time was 1 minute 21.77 seconds. Michael Tierney out of UMass Dartmouth, his time was 1 minute 23.05 seconds. And Kevin Sawyer, the senior out of Bridgewater State, his time was 1 minute 23 seconds, .06. So those are the final times for the 600 meter run in the men and the women. Two laps remaining here in the 1,000 meter run. May has the lead so far by a good amount too. About a quarter lap lead. Excuse me, that's Sabrina Rizzo. I mixed them up for a second, who's in the lead. So Sabrina Rizzo wins this one. Excuse me, 1 lap to go. Behind her is Madison Harmon, but like I said, there's a large lead for May. Rizzo with the large lead, excuse me. She comes around now for the final stretch. So Sabrina Rizzo will finish in first place by a long margin. Coming around now and finishing up is Madison Harmon. She'll finish in second place, about 36 seconds. 3 minutes, 36 seconds is her time. So now the men's 1,000 meter run will begin momentarily. Runners line up, and they are off. Three-quarters of a lap down. And the three runners from the outside merge and have the lead. Duncan Burley, Sean Nee, and Dan Hergott, first, second, and third. And Duncan Burley has got a lead by a couple strides, but a pair of Bentley runners right behind him trying to gain some ground. Sean Nee is catching up slowly but surely as there's 3 laps still to go here. I'm joined now by track and field coach Cassandra Walker for UMass Boston. Coach, how are you doing so far? The winter season's just beginning with this invitational here. How's the outlook for the team this season?
We were skeptical coming in, but I mean they're doing fine. I mean they're doing better than I thought they would, and I'm excited. It's we have a base, and that's what we really want. Going into the season.
And the team so far, what looks to be its strength? Maybe it's sprinting, distance running, field events perhaps? A little of everything?
We're typically stronger in the sprints and jumps. This year, we have more of a well-rounded team, and so it's just exciting to see them actually out there doing everything. So normally we don't have much in the distance. We have quite a few kids in the distance, and they've been doing really well. Throws area, I haven't checked over there yet, but we have some good girls over there, and I'm hoping that they're doing well.
And what is the outlook for the season beyond just this event when it gets to more of the head-to-head? How does your schedule match up with, and how does your team match up with other teams on your schedule?
Well, our outlook for the rest of the season, we're looking to be peaking more so in February. And so one of the things that we did this year, we're going to Plymouth State because that's where our conference championships are going to be held. So we're looking forward to that meet. It's going to be our first time going. So I'm really looking forward to around that time, middle of January to February.
And is there any players on your team you're really looking towards to, maybe step up a bit from last season, or, really just continue to have a strong season from years past?
Well, this year, as most of you may notice, we're normally strong in high jump, and so this year we only have one athlete, both in the men and the women. So looking for those two athletes to step it up, just because we're normally strong in that area. No pressure and everything, because they do have the talent to do so. And my returners, my sophomores, the sprinters, you saw them in the 60. They did pretty well. Anisha Trappier, she did the 60 today. Hulerie McGuffie, Dom, and Garth Mirioga, Kelly Desane. Those people I'm looking to step up a little bit more going into this year.
And you've been coaching now for how many seasons?
I'm going on my 6th season.
And what's been the changes from when you first got into now, be it, the players and, how prepared and in shape they are, or maybe, techniques are different? What's changed from when you first came into now?
Well, one of the biggest things that has definitely changed is numbers. We have a larger number of student athletes on the team, so numbers definitely change. Variety also changed as well, because like I said, we're a little bit more well-rounded now. We have a few guys few guys and girls in the distance, as well as throws, as well as sprints. Not so much hurdles, but we have a fully loaded men's long jump crew, and we have a new transfer. Her name is Taylor Driggers, who was the field athlete of the year last year. She was at Eastern Connecticut. She's with us this year for long jump. So, we're a little bit more well-rounded, and I'm looking forward to the year.
Coach, I don't want to keep you away from your team too long. I imagine you may be wanting to give them some last-minute advice. So, thanks for coming on and thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thank you.
Good luck on the rest of your season.
Thank you.
I wish we could do more of these interviews. I hate the videos. Just the audio ones? Yeah, the videos. Oh, the last one I did.
So wrapping up the men's 1,000 here in the final heat. Will be shortly followed by the 200-meter sprint. One lap around the track. Now we'll start getting back into those close photo finishes once again. Runners are getting set. Hulerie McGuffie enters with the best time, 25 seconds flat, and she is in lane 4. Hulerie, if you were listening before when we were talking to her, she enjoys the 200 more than the 400, but she's better at the 400. Like I said even earlier than that, the 400 is a bit of a grueling event. You're sprinting for quite a long period of time. Not too many people do seem to enjoy the 400. Isabella Damari is the second seed. She's in lane 2. And Jolie Matthew is in the 5th lane. And in the 6th, it's Olivia Dexter, I believe. Yes, it is. Just awaiting everyone to get set. Someone entered this late. And they just stopped this one. Almost got a little interesting for a second. An entrant entered late. She didn't have her flats on. She's tying her spikes right now. See, she's in the 1 spots, but the number she has is 6. I'm not sure who that is. But she may have been just jumping in last minute to replace someone who dropped from this race. As I mentioned earlier on, a lot of times in these events, in the preliminary heats will be different than the actual heats because the athletes will sign up for multiple events. But then they'll drop out of a few of them because they're only allowed to run 2 or 3 in most invitational meets. This one, it's 2. So now she's ready to go. So that certainly would have been interesting. She was about ready to run barefoot because she didn't have her flats on. And when they were telling the runners to get set, she didn't know what to do, so she just threw them to the side. Now she's set and they're off. Hulerie McGuffie in the 4 spot. She's gaining a bit of ground here. Hulerie is now in 2nd place. A couple runners have the inside. Let's see, it's coming down the stretch here, and Hulerie will win this one. Hulerie McGuffie for UMass Boston wins the 200-meter dash for the first heat at least. Typically the first few heats. Typically the first few heats will be contending for the top 3 overall spots. Runners digging their spikes into the blocks here. Runners are off to the races. Let's see, it's going to come down to the end. Ooh. Close one between a runner from Merrimack and some Stonehill runners too. A trio of Division II Northeast 10 teams being represented here. at the UMass Boston and the Beacons Invitational. Thule Finley Moyes, as well as Gina Cernio. Top two on the inside for Stonehill. This is the third heat, so I believe that's it for the blocks, as the officials will try to get this to move along quicker. It'll be starts without the blocks after here on out. And another tight finish. Purnell out of Merrimack won the second heat. That one was a close finish by about less than a tenth of a second. She beat Frias by, like I said, less than 0.1, 26.35 for Purnell. Frias just above that. 26.49 was her time. And in that last one, Perry won that one. 26.49 was her time. Beckham finished second for Holy Cross, 26.75. And then for Holy Cross as well, Curtin finished with a time of 26.76. So very close, neck and neck amongst the group. Got some times to update you on now, starting with the women's 800 meter, the final time. Ogundoyin from Brandis finished with the best time. Her time is 2 minutes, 25.75 seconds. Erin Cunningham finished second. The senior out of Holy Cross's time was 2 minutes and 26 seconds. And Emily Lopez finished third out of Colby Sawyer. The junior's time was 2 minutes, 27 seconds, .72. Moving on to the men now. The men's 800 times. Stephen Vercololone, the freshman out of Stonehill, had the best time. 1 minute, 58.85 seconds, followed up by two of his teammates. The first one, Jason Dimmick, the sophomore, had the time of 1 minute, 59.78 seconds. And then Stephen Bomba, the junior, his time was 1 minute, 59.86 seconds. So those are the top three. Stonehill sweeps the 800-meter run for the men. Continuing here with the women's 200. Officials pushing this one along. Upcoming events after this one will be the men's 200, followed by the 3,000-meter run. Audio will take a break during that, and then the 4x4 meter relay will round things off. Four runners here, all of them starting on the outside. In the last heat, Visconti finished in first place. 27.17 seconds was her time. Tamulionis out of Merrimack finished second, 27.57 seconds. Runners already set as soon as the last one was done. And Merrimack will take this one in this heat. And Worcester State wins that heat. In the 10th heat, it was McNamara who won. 28.2 seconds was her time. Other events, as you can see in the infield, continuing. High jump, as well as pole vault has gotten started now for the women. They've finished up their warm-ups. We'll keep you updated on the scores as they go around. And also behind the American flag in the far side corner, the opposite side from where we're set up by the finish, is the pit where the weight throw as well as the shot put are taking place. Going over some other scores that we now have the finals for, starting with the women's 1,000 meter run. Sabrina Rizzo out of Bridgewater State finished in first. Madison Harmon finished in second, the freshman out of UMass Boston. Her time is 3 minutes and 36.15 seconds. And Alyssa Cardoza, out of the sophomore out of Fitchburg State, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. The men now, Sean Nee, the senior out of Bentley, finished in first, 3 minutes, 31.86 seconds. And some bittersweet news for Burley Duncan. He finished in second place, but also had a record for the Invitational. But obviously, since he finished in second place, Sean Nee gets the record Invitational because his run was better by a little more than a second. Sean Nee's time, 2 minutes, 31.86 seconds. Burley's was 2 minutes, 33.13 seconds. And then rounding off the top three, Dan Hergott, the freshman out of Bentley, finished with a time of 2 minutes, 39.02 seconds. And now for the long jump, Kevin Coyle, who represents squad, he finished with a distance of 7.13 meters, which is an invitational record. Marquise Harmon out of Worcester State finished with 6.63 meters. And Josh Hubble out of Stonehill, also a sophomore, he finished with 6.36 meters. So that's the top three for the long jump here at the UMass Boston and the Beacons Invitational. Just a few more heats left for the women. And then the men's 200-meter dash will begin. Gordon College will win that one. Unfortunately, without numbers attached to the players, it's a little difficult to try and identify who is who individually. So thank you for bearing with us in that regard. Gordon finishes in the top 2 in that one. So back-to-back good heats for Gordon. There's going to be a false start there at the fault of the official as the gun misfired. There we go. Didn't have a clean pop the first time around. And for that reason, you just got to restart because some people will go as they did and others, not sure whether or not that was actually the gun because they have their heads down if they're in a sprinter's position, will wait to try and avoid a false start. After this, we have the men's 200-meter dash, which will be coming up after this heat here. That'll be followed by the 3,000-meter run, and then the 4x4 to cap it all off. The men's 200 getting started here. Jared Barrows has the inside lane. Taylor Jean Gillies is in the second spot. Rasheed Foster is third. Stephen Sace is fourth. Alex Mayhew is fifth. Brendan Jarski is sixth. And they're off, and so far it looks like Mayhew has the early lead as he's coming around the final bend. Let's see if anyone on the inside can make a push against him. Coming down to the final stretch here, neck and neck. And it looks like Taylor Jean Gillies may have taken that one. Or excuse me, I believe that may have been Rasheed Foster. So that was Rasheed Foster, so just eyeballing it, it looked like he got it, but we'll await the official scores. That should come in a second to determine who won officially. Andre Luciano is in the first lane. Alex Macmillan in the second. Adam Wieners is in the third. Everybody's pausing right now. Someone just took a bit of a tumble down the steps, but the race will continue as the 200 meters second heat is off. Hope that the lady who fell is all right. She's standing with some assistance right now, so that's a good sign. And coming around and finishing. See, didn't quite catch who that was. One of the runners out of UMass Dartmouth. Excuse me, Worcester State, I believe, actually. Looked like it may have been Charles Newman. So she seems to be standing and doesn't seem to be in too much pain. I didn't quite see the fall, so I can't really say how it looked like it would have been, but she seems to be doing quite all right. One of the athletic trainers came over and just making sure she's doing fine. She seems to be laughing it off, though, so that is always a good sign. Last group of runners here in the third heat that will be able to use the blocks to start. One of the runners on the far side, at least I believe that's one of the runners and not someone warming up, hurt his leg and stopped, it appeared. So now they're going to try and get through these quicker as we are in the fourth. Keep you updated on some of the field events. The women's weight throw official scores are in. It was certainly a close one up top. Maggie LePlay out of Stonehill had the longest throw of 13.17 meters. Morgan Steele out of Fitchburg State finished second, 13.14 meters. And Molly Downing finished in third out of Worcester State, 13.03 meters. So those are the top three finishers for the women's weight throw. Tough one to tell there. That'll definitely come down to a photo finish. See who crossed first. Runner's getting set quickly. To update you on some scores for the women's 200-meter dash, the final scores are in. Hulerie McGuffie finished with a time of 25.62 seconds. She's representing UMass Boston. Isabella Damari finished second. She represents Holy Cross. Her time was 26.13 seconds. And Anisha Trapier out of UMass Boston finished with a time of 26.32 seconds. So UMass Boston finishes second and third in the women's 200-meter dash. Next group getting on the track already, moving along quickly here. We're going to reset here. One of the runners called for time. The cap gun mishit, and the other official is going to stop it. Like it happened before, some of the runners started running, others sort of half ran because they realized it mishit. I wonder if they may switch guns. So they're going to, rather than wait for them to get all the way back and get reset, the next heat is going to step up. We're not seeing those sprinters going back to their coaches. I'm not sure where that other heat is going to go. This one is ongoing, though, nonetheless. Just recapping some final times from earlier today, the women's 60-meter hurdles. The winner was Alana Hitcherich from Holy Cross. Holy Cross took the top two spots in this one. Alana's top time was 29.12 in the finals, which is an invitational record. Isabella Damari, the freshman out of Holy Cross, finished second. 9.19 was her time. And Jackie Andrews finished third. The freshman out of Bridgewater State had a time of 9.27. The men's 60-meter hurdles, Brandon Thornhill finished with the top time. The freshman out of Holy Cross in the finals, his time was 8.56. It was also the top time amongst the prelims. John Spencer finished second. His time was 8.72 in the finals. And Dewey Trong finished third out of Worcester State, 8.92 seconds in the finals. So those are the 60-meter hurdles final scores. Following the men's 200 meters will be the women's 3,000 meter run. Then after that, it'll be the men's, and then the 4x4 relays will round things off here. That was a tight one. That'll be a photo finish at the end. And it looked like Colby Sawyer took that one. Just by a little bit, the sprinter for Colby Sawyer leaned across the finish line at the end. I'm not sure if the Merrimack runner did. That'll be a close finish. Just a few heats left here in the men's 200. Like with the women's, unfortunately, without the players numbered, having a bit of a tough time telling one player from the next. So thank you for bearing with me on that. And sprinting for Fitchburg State takes this heat. right, so now we'll start the 3,000 meter run. So we'll take a quick audio break here and prepare ourselves for the 4x4 dash. And that'll round things off here at this meet. You're listening to the UMass Boston and the Beacons Invitational on beaconsathletics.com. Back here now as we await the final event kicking off here at the UMass Boston and the Beacons Invitational. Wrapping things up with the 4x4 relay. Holy Cross, Merrimack, Stonehill, Worcester State. Holy Cross's B team, Bridgewater's A team will be the first 6 to run. And they're off here starting the 4x4 relay. 2 laps around the track for each runner. And after the first lap, the runners for the second leg will get ready. The process will repeat with each leg to follow after that. Stonehill right now has the lead. That's their A team with the lead. Handoff not perfect, but good enough, and there goes the second runner. Current runner for Stonehill had a strong start, but the gap is being closed by Holy Cross here. I believe that's Bridgewater State right behind them. So here comes the third leg. Stonehill still out in front. That's a good clean handoff. Good clean handoff for Holy Cross, and same for BSU. Worcester State closing the gap now. Good second leg for them, has them back in this race. Stonehill still maintaining a lead by about 1/8 of the track. Here we go. Stonehill's going to look to close this one out. Waiting the final handoff as the anchors get ready to close this one. There we go. Handoff almost bobbled, but maintained by Stonehill. Holy Cross is there, and Bridgewater State right behind them. Bridgewater State closing on Holy Cross. Is there enough time left for them to take second as well as first? First as well as second, excuse me. Coming around the final bend, it's a close one. State catching up, are they going to pass? They will. Final lap here for the 4x4. BSU in the lead. Neck and neck with Stonehill. Now Stonehill pulls back out front. Going to come down to the final stretch here. BSU, they retook the lead but lost it That's Holy Cross out in front, actually. Holy Cross took the lead, and they're going to win. So Holy Cross is first, BSU is second. So the anchor for Holy Cross takes the lead from in first place after starting in third. So a great anchor for her. Updating you on some final times now for the men's 3,000 meter run. Nick Haas, the junior out of Bentley, had the best time. 8 minutes, 54.46 seconds. Jake Hastings, the sophomore out of Fitchburg State, finished second. 8 minutes and 57 seconds for him. And in third, John Onken, the freshman out of Stonehill, finished with a time of 8 minutes, 58.63 seconds. Now the second leg getting going here. Brandis in the first lane to start things off. And they're off here, the second heat of the 4x4 for the women. Gordon out in front by about 4 strides as they enter the second lap of the first leg of the 4x4. Tightly contested after that between a couple different runners. BSU in second place. They get the handoff clean, followed by UMass Boston, who's in third. Going around the corner on the far side. Still one more lap to go for the second leg here. In the second heat of the 4x4, Gordon maintains the lead, followed by BSU, UMass Boston, Holy Cross, Brandis, and then Bentley round off the second heat. 1 lap to go here, so the third leg will get ready to take the handoff. BSU retakes the lead. That's where the handoff will be. BSU, then Stonehill gets it off first. Tightly contested top 3 right here. As Stonehill is starting to pull away. Excuse me, that's Holy Cross. Holy Cross pulling away here. UMass Boston pulls into second place. 1 lap to go for the third leg. 3 laps in total remaining. Gordon's in third. Then followed by BSU. Bentley and Brandis round off the back end. They're now rounding the far corner. Last leg, the anchor's getting ready to take the handoff. BSU makes a move on the that's UMass Boston making a move on the outside. And the Beacons get the handoff first. Last leg of the 4x4 here in the second heat. UMass Boston now with a strong lead and seems to be growing even stronger. Everyone's on to their last leg now. UMass Boston with about an 1/8 of the track length lead coming into the final lap. UMass Boston, I'm sure, would love to win this final heat here in the women's 4x4. UMass Boston coming around the final bend with a strong lead. It looks like they're going to round off the second heat of the 4x4 victorious. UMass Boston crosses the finish line right at about 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Holy Cross follows at 4:20 and Bentley at 4:22. Brandis, BSU, and Gordon round things off in the second heat. Runners are set. Only in the first lap do they have to maintain their lanes for the first 3/4 of the track. After that, it becomes fair game, but it is important who's in first, because then they don't have to work to make the handoffs further on the outside when they transition. One lap down. Plymouth State. Second leg now of the 4x4. They're making their way around the far side. Emmanuel in the lead, followed by Plymouth State. Now down to the third leg. Each team with one leg remaining after this. Emmanuel has the lead. Plymouth State behind them, gaining ground here. And gaining ground in a hurry. They could pass on the next straightaway, if not sooner. And they do pass here, so Plymouth State retakes the lead. Emmanuel close behind them, trying to keep it close with one leg remaining, followed by Regis in third place. And now Emmanuel retakes the lead right before the handoff. The Emmanuel runner lost the lead but regained it right at the end as we enter the final leg here as the two anchors have it. Emmanuel maintaining the lead. Gap is certainly closing though. You got to be careful not to be rabbited though. You don't want to work too hard early on and then be winded down the stretch like what happened in the third leg. Plymouth State has the lead now as they took it Final lap here of the 4x4 in the third and final heat. Teammates cheering them on. Plymouth State maintaining the lead. Can Emmanuel make a move here at the end to try and take over? Rounding the final turn. Plymouth State with about a 10-stride lead, but closing. Emmanuel trying to catch up, but they're not going to do it. Plymouth State wins the third and final heat of the 4x4 relay for the women. So now the men will step to the line. UMass Boston will be on the outside in the 6th lane. Runners digging in here. UMass Dartmouth on the inside. Then the Stonehill Skyhawks in the 2nd lane. They're set. Around the first bend, Bentley making a strong push from the inside. They're in the 4th lane. And going around the 2nd turn, Bentley having a good opening leg. One lap in, now Bentley is in first, followed by UMass Dartmouth and Stonehill. Bentley getting a strong lead here. UMass Dartmouth trying to close, but they can't. And right behind UMass Dartmouth is Stonehill. All the batons are handed off. And the first leg is done. Bentley still with a strong lead by about half a dozen strides, but it is closing in a hurry. Stonehill passing them, and UMass Dartmouth passes them both on the outside. UMass Dartmouth had to go very wide around, but they're still in first. UMass Dartmouth runner has 1 lap left to go of the 2nd leg. Now all the runners have 1 lap left to go of their 2nd leg. Teammates cheering each other on. UMass Dartmouth still with the lead. Stonehill close behind them. Good handoffs here. Stonehill trying to make a push on the outside. Can they take the lead? Yes, they do. Stonehill was stride for stride throughout the turn, so once it got to the straightaway, they were able to pass UMass Dartmouth on the outside. Stonehill, a good 3rd leg for them. UMass Dartmouth falling behind. Bentley right behind them, catching up. And then UMass Boston is in 4th. They're gaining some ground here slowly but surely. Turning the final turn now before they hand it off to the Yankers. Stonehill in the lead. UMass Dartmouth in 2nd, but it's very close here. It'll come down to the 2 anchors going head-to-head against each other. Stonehill with the lead by a few strides. UMass Dartmouth trying to close the gap. So far, the pace has been maintained equal by both sides. Bentley is behind by a little bit. UMass Dartmouth starting to close it slowly but surely. Is there enough length left of the track? One more lap to go. UMass Dartmouth still very slowly creeping up on Stonehill. Bentley in third, falling behind a little bit. UMass Boston going to see if they can close this one here. The two Worcester State runners close off the end. Stonehill pulling away a little bit here. And Stonehill will win the men's 4x4 relay. UMass Dartmouth finishes second, and Bentley finishes third, rounding off the top three. UMass Boston finishes fourth. Section 2, the second heat, getting ready now. Worcester State with the inside 2 lanes. Regis third. All right, I'm joined now by UMass Boston captain and sprinter Fritz Gustav. Fritz, you had a little bit of an injury before. Are you able to say what it was? Was it just a pulled muscle or something a little worse than that?
No, it's nothing serious. Good looks.
Got to fix that headset a little bit.
Yeah, I'm fine. It was just a strained hamstring. Unfortunately, I guess I didn't warm up enough. You have to try to balance being warm at the same time, not being tired. And I just didn't get that right this time, unfortunately. But it's all right, though. I shouldn't be out for long, just a few days, and I'll be right back at it.
And that's probably, in my opinion, the most difficult thing of track invitationals is it's a long day. You know, you got to be on top of yourself when to start warming up. You know, if you got an event in the beginning, an event towards the end, you can't, let yourself stop in the middle. You got to keep doing little things here and there to try and keep loose, keep your muscles relaxed so that way they don't close up on you. But mistakes do happen sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, Coach Walker has a pretty good system set up in place with our general warm-up in the beginning of the meet before we get there, and then the kind of warm-ups we do after we've already started our events. It works really well. We have a good idea of it. We usually warm up an hour before your event. Being a senior, I got into the system. I kind of have a good understanding about it, trying to get into the freshman's mentalities of how to do it, because in high school it's a lot easier for the simple fact that it's shorter. There's not as many kids, but for track meets, especially you come in and you're waking up at 7 o'clock, you're not going home until at least like 8. So, you gotta have your body primed and ready at any time.
Yeah, it's definitely a much longer day at the collegiate level versus down in the high school level. Let's talk about the freshmen. Mm-hmm. How does it feel being a captain and now you're being looked up to when just a few years ago you were that freshman, you were that young kid that you were looking up to some other players on the team? Is it a little weird how quickly, things have changed?
Oh, no, it's definitely weird. It's definitely a weird role to step into, but I'm excited about it, and I'm really excited about these freshmen, especially my freshman year had a lot of good people to look up to. I had our coach right now, Henry Morales. He was a really good example of what it took to be a captain and what it took to be a leader. Coach Walker always told me over and over again, people are going to look up to you. They will expect certain things from you, and luckily I was able to take that from them. But, it's really easy to lead a team like people like this. They're really about track and field. They're excited to be here. They're hardworking, and I'm really excited about what they're going to do when it's their time to be seniors, because I'm liking the direction where UMass Boston track and field is going.
You just watched your team run the 4x4. They finished 4th place. Not bad considering they were missing their team captain on the 4x4 relay, but how would you grade their performance throughout it?
Oh, I loved it. It was a lot of effort. I really appreciate the effort. And like I said, some of these kids already ran the 400, so they're kind of tired. But the effort was there, and that's something we could have said that maybe we didn't have it before because we didn't have that many 400-meter runners. But the effort was there and the energy's there, and that's all we can ask for. And mentally be prepared, and what your body can do, let's make it do.
Do you enjoy running the 400? Because most people don't. It's one of the most difficult track races to run because you're almost sprinting the entire time.
Yeah.
But for a sprint, it's certainly a long one.
Oh, no, for sure. I have a love-hate relationship with it. I wouldn't say I enjoy it. because I get panicked right before I run it. I like do my little hyperventilation. I go to coach and be like, I don't know if I could do this. But when I get on the track, it feels good to get out there and stretch my legs and to be running that fast. Especially since when I usually do run it, it's with the 4x4, and I love doing relays. It's one of my favorite parts of track. I think most people would say they have a love-hate relationship with it. Yeah, but I say it's a little bit of both, a little bit of love and hate.
I noticed a lot of the teams here, they're not doing the blind handoffs where you just stick your arm back and take it. Is that something that's typical at the collegiate level, or once the season goes on and you get a little more in sync with each other, will your team maybe start doing it where you just put your hand back and you're not looking back for the baton over your shoulder?
Oh, no, the 4x4 usually doesn't do blind handoffs just for the simple fact that it's not as fast as a race as the 4x1 or the 4x2. So you don't want to take off extremely fast, because usually when you're doing the blind handoff, the person receiving the baton will take off extremely fast and the other person will catch him. But
and especially in the 4x4, that's tough because you just about finished a 400.
Yeah, and you're about to
and now
die.
you got to catch someone who, if you're the third leg, you got to catch the fastest guy on your team when he's fresh or she's fresh, if it's the men's or the women's. So, I definitely think that's a smart idea, not going with the blind handoffs.
Yeah, that's usually the case. The only time you'll ever see someone do blind handoffs in the collegiate level is when they are literally sprinting a 400, and when they are putting everything they have the entire time. But most people, when they run the 400, they give 90 to 95% of their top speed, and then at the last 100 meters, they give everything they got. Very rarely, maybe 1-2 teams in the nation can honestly say they do blind handoffs in 4x4.
Okay. So how's the outlook for the team this season as a whole? Is it looking like it's going to be a successful season? Maybe a little bit of a rebuild. What should we expect from the team this year?
Oh, well, we're a track team. It's almost kind of a rebuild. We lost some of our better jumpers. We lost Tyler Hart, and we lost Carl Joseph, which is always difficult. But it's hard to call it a rebuild because we have so much talent, and we have it team round. Before, I can kind of say we had talent in spotty places. There was a few stars, but now it's a more well-rounded team, and we're filling out the events. It's a bigger team, but I would probably watch out for a little bit success. We're definitely not the sleepers like people thought we were before. It's like, oh, UMass is kind of okay now. When we walk in places, people recognize us a little bit more.
I'm talking with Fritz Gustav, sprinter and captain for UMass Boston. Where do you normally run in the 4x4, Fritz? Are you in the beginning or are you the last leg? And, which do you prefer?
Coach likes to make me set the tone just for the simple fact that if I go last or something, it's kind of hard for me to stay motivated, especially since the 4x4 is such a hard event. So I'm usually first. Just to get things going.
And get the jitters out of the way, because you do say you get a little panicky beforehand.
I do get a little panicky, but I'm a competitive guy, so I like to go first. It's the most even 400, nothing to make up, nothing to try to, it's just go out there, run your 4, and hand off to the next guy. So I try to set the tone, so first is usually, if I'm running the 4x4, where I'm going.
Fritz, thanks for joining me. Good luck this season, and good job today in the event that you did run, and feel better as well.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Fritz Gustav, ladies and gentlemen, sprinter and captain of the track team here for UMass Boston, as we are 2 legs into the final heat with 2 more still to go. Handoff for the third one coming up shortly. And it's going to be UMass Dartmouth getting the handoff first, followed by Regis. UMass Dartmouth, the lead that they have is closing slowly. Regis catching up here. Let's see if they can completely catch up here on the straightaway. These are the times that you want to make your move on the outside, so you don't have to run all that much further, as opposed to on the turns like where they are right now. And Regis does take the lead during the straightaway. One more leg to go as they enter the final turn for the third leg. The handoffs will be coming up here. Regis in first. Now UMass Dartmouth, they both have clean handoffs. Regis with a strong lead. They're pulling away here in the last leg of the 4x4. UMass Dartmouth falling behind here as they're on the last lap. Brandis in third. Each of the top four have a strong lead over one another. Regis coming around to the final straightaway here. And Regis will finish first. UMass Dartmouth second. Brandis comes across. And the Regis B team will wrap things up here for this heat. While the final heat is getting ready, we'll go over some of the times for the women's 4x4 meter relay. Holy Cross wins it all. Holy Cross had a time of 4 minutes and 3 seconds, .19. Bridgewater State had a time of 4 minutes, 3 seconds, .55. And then Merrimack, 4:04.61. So those are the top three right there for the women's 4x4 relays. Just 3 teams here running in the final leg. UMass Lowell is one of them. Plymouth is another. And Emmanuel rounds things off. Emmanuel looking to make a move now on the outside, trying to do it on this turn rather than the straightaway, and they do retake second place. But now Plymouth overtakes them. A little back and forth between Emmanuel and Plymouth as UMass Lowell's in first. Plymouth gaining some ground as UMass Lowell ran out of steam a little bit towards the end there. Not all too much, though. But UMass Lowell still maintains the lead. Plymouth behind them. Plymouth gaining ground a little bit now. Let's see if they try and make a move on the straightaway here. They've been slowly gaining ground. And they will make a move on the outside. Can they successfully pass them before the turn so you can maintain inside positioning? They do. Nice move there by Plymouth. UMass Lowell's in second, and Emmanuel's catching up to them now. Emmanuel does pass them on the far side straightaway. Emmanuel seems to be gaining a little bit of ground on Plymouth, actually, catching up to them. Handoff now to the third leg coming. Plymouth has it. So does Emmanuel. And now UMass Lowell with it. One more leg to go after this one as we're 2 minutes in to the final 4x4 heat. Emmanuel takes the lead now on the far corner. So they're finishing the turn and coming into the straightaway. Plymouth started to make a move towards the outside, but now they're falling behind a little bit more. Emmanuel making ground between them and Plymouth. UMass Lowell trailing behind those two. Emmanuel with about a 5-step lead on Plymouth. UMass Lowell trying to stay in this one. Emmanuel hands it off. Now Plymouth, and now UMass Lowell. Good final stretch there for UMass Lowell, puts them right back in the thick of things. Emmanuel with a bit of a strong lead. Plymouth in second, but coming up right behind them is UMass Lowell. They may pass them here on the outside turn. They're going to wait for the straightaway, and UMass Lowell does make their move. Emmanuel losing a bit of ground here as UMass Lowell tries to catch up to them. On the last turn, UMass Lowell passed Plymouth. Let's see if they can do it after the turn on the straightaway here. They do pass Emmanuel. UMass Lowell, then Emmanuel, then Plymouth. Final turn here, entering the straightaway, UMass Lowell. They've got a lead and they're gaining ground. And UMass Lowell wins the final leg of the final 4x4. So a strong finish for them at the end there. All right, folks, so that's going to wrap things up here at Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. Certainly was a good one, exciting from beginning to end as UMass Boston, the Beacons Invitational, wraps up here. I'd like to thank Elizabeth Glavin, the director, Corey Jeager, and Calvin Smick as the camera crew and spotter. They were both switching on and off. Thank you, three. You certainly did a good job today. I'm Sean Malone wrapping things up here. That will conclude our broadcast. Thank you all for making us a part of your Saturday morning into afternoon and evening with the sun going down early now in December. And I hope you all have a good night and the rest of your weekend.